Nano Nuclear Energy announcing a pricing of its offering. November Echo. 2.11 million shares plus warrants for 1.058 million at $17. That is November Echo.
Morning, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Getting everything up and running here. So small. Jeez. Nice. Good hit. I didn't have to move. I'm muted. Oh, I am muted. Well, Well, no, today's my trash day, so that's why I'm up early. Not because I want to be. Mm-hmm. Damn, Tesla. Trash trucks can make it to the house. I actually don't know. In my area, it's not massive trash trucks that you would normally see in a normal neighborhood. They're pretty small. And they're actually doing road work this week on a section in my neighborhood. The road just failed. So that's fun. I don't know why, honestly, but it did. So it's really tight in some areas. So I'm hoping that it comes through. If it doesn't, I'll know because the bear will have scattered it across the street. And I will have to go pick it up. So that'll be fun. Yeah, man, I've been up since 5:30. Why are you moving? Bell's DV Halo. It's DV Halo. Box. Okay. Don't I have a bear enclosure? It doesn't work like that here.
Benzinga market update. S&P futures up 26.25. The Dow futures up down 53. Nasdaq up 180. Crude is up 33 cents at $71.10.
Thoughts of me saying
gold is up $21 at 27.50. Bitcoin futures up 10.
You have to say in jest
at
with a big smile on his head.
67,370.
But no, really. But just kidding. But no, really. Like that. You got to read the room, though. If they're joking around, having a good time before you get in there. Always threaten your employer. Yeah, that's a good idea. Vision of you cleaning up Taco Bell wrappers and tissues off. Sounds like a job for AI, actually. You don't need to picture it anymore. You don't need to vision it. Just give AI that prompt, and there you go. I'm very disappointed. I've been losing sleep over the idea that Arrow Lake's benchmarks would be out by now. And no one has it. So the embargo time must be not 8 o'clock. It must be 9 o'clock. Or later. Freaking A, Intel. Maybe I've had too much coffee. It would be on the way out. Absolutely. I know some small business owners, and they often talk to me. We often talk about some of their employees. Some of them are like Soils, who has been there for 6 months and wants a raise. Now, he's been there for like a year. But some of the other people I'm talking about, every time it's like,
SNY.
you've only been here for 6 months and you want a 10% raise? Are you freaking kidding me?
Sanofi.
And they're like looking to get rid of them.
Dupixent late-breaking phase 3 data in chronic spontaneous urticaria to be presented at ACAII. Confirmatory data.
They didn't give you a raise after your first year?
Resubmission by year end. That
you had
is
to ask for it?
SANY and REGN.
If it's justified. No one's, well, unless you're doing a fantastic job. I'm talking about people that aren't in this role of Soils. Let's put it that way. Yeah, your market value. What does a person in your job? What is typical? And I would venture to say everybody's under their market value. That's capitalism. They can't pay you what you're worth because then they don't make money off of you. They have to make you have to make them money. Not what you're worth. Your base bonus is 15, goes up to 30. Check about what kind of work do you do? I really don't want to trade this, but it does have a nice cook and go over 220. No, works at 2.1 million sales alone. Is there any way you can get commission? They bonk you giving you 10K more. $2.5 million in revenue. How does that equate ballpark to profit? Healthcare development, you oversee 1 billion construction. Damn. Good to know, Chicka Bow Wow. Exclusive. 7% profit.
NNE, Nano Nuclear Energy, after their pricing at $17, shares continuing to pull back. $18.12 now, the lows on Nano Nuclear
95 to
Energy,
145. Bonus up
NNE.
to 35. Jeez. Tesla 5-minute. Pretty nice looking 5. What's up, Thomas? Yeah, we're trading today. Of course we're trading today. Ship with growers 100% the biggest impact. Nice. New home sales today. What do we have at 8:30? Oh, jobless claims. This will be big. Soils forgets to mention that he rides around in a free brand new truck, gets his gas paid for. How's your healthcare benefits? Pretty good, and your retirement benefits, the 401k, and all that. Tell the old lady to get a job. $122 million grant? Did you say 122 million? That's a large. This market cap is 150 million. They say 120. Damn. It did say 122 million. Why are you dropping so much? I wonder how many years it's over. That's my only concern right now. How many years does that span? Why is my audio so freaking loud? There we go. That's better. It's not great health insurance. It's a euro economy, so they don't get. They match 7%, so I max it. Cell phone too. Oh, that's nice. Well, nice work, nice work. How does this go low a day? How does this go low a day? You just got $122 million for free, low a day. I hate this market sometimes. BLF, former runner, what are you doing here? Tesla's going nuts. %7.5%. What does that mean? 7.5% of what? I know 401k match, but 7.5% of what? So, of your, you don't know. You don't know. So if you put $100,000, I mean, I'm just using $10,000 in, they put $750 in. I don't get it. What does it mean? He puts in 7.5% in. They match that. 7.5% of what? His salary? 7.5% of what? Match 7.5% of his contribution. The way y'all are saying that is very confusing. So you're telling me if Soils puts in $1,000, they match 75. Is how you're saying that. That is how you're grammatically saying it. Match 7.5% of his contribution. If he contributes 1,000, you're saying they contribute 7.5% of it. Speak English, people. Which I think you're meaning to say, but you guys don't know how to speak English, is he's allowed to contribute 7.5% of his yearly salary to his 401k. Am I mistaken in that? And they will match that percent. Is that what you're saying? Because no one said that. Holy jeez. Rambling, ban yourself. I understand it's a 401k match. I don't understand. I've never had one. I don't know how they work. I don't know the terminology. That's what I'm getting at. So 7.5% of what? Of what? Of what? Of what? I need the definition. Annual contribution. Oh, okay. Thank you. He can contribute up to 23K. So 7% of his salary is 23K. Wage slave practices. Everyone's capped at 23K. So there's a hard cap for anybody of 23K into your 401K. Shut up, Disputed. What is there a freaking poll on? Oh, okay. Why is there a cap? Is there tax benefits to 401ks? I'm so dead. Always around the show. What's up, Lily? Keurig Dr. buy energy drink maker goes for $1 billion Celsius? I don't know. Your contribution is pre-tax. Okay. Well, I understand all things Roth. I don't understand what a 401k is classified as, or how one never looked. You guys are about as helpful as a chicken playing lead drums for the band U2. I could ask ChatGPT and have all this answered in about 2 seconds. Yeah, the man called Sugar Rush wants me to click his link. Yeah, click the link. Nothing will happen. Click the link. All right, copy pasta because your link didn't work. 401k limit increase to 23,000 for 24 to 12 IRA limit increases to 7,000. All right, I gotta ask ChatGPT because you guys are about as helpful as, like I said, poop on the urinal that I have to pee in because the other ones are all full of naked men. ChatGPT. Why is there a limit on how much you can put in a 401k? So there's tax advantages. Okay. What are the tax benefits of a 401k? Pre-tax. Reduces taxable income. You can have a Roth 401k? All right. Big thing is pre-tax. All right, I get it now. Thank you, ChatGPT. I love you long time. I can't wait till you develop into an artificial woman that I can marry and make sweet, sweet, sweet to. Roth 401k post-tax makeup. Yeah, but that sounds hot because let me hear you this. So how much can your employer in a Roth 401k is it still 23k? Why am I asking you guys? Let me ask ChatGPT. In a Roth 401k, is the contribution limit the same as traditional? Yes. Thank you. And the employer can contribute the same amount? No. Employer can contribute for and fall in different roles in a subject. Can employers contribute to a Roth 401k? Directly. Oh. All right. Make yourself an employee instead of a 401k. Apparently I do. BOF is going nutty. They just dropped some news here? No. Jobless numbers out. Oh, geez. Claims 227, expecting 245. Continue claims, basically in line. I don't know what this BOF is. I assume it's chat rooms. Miss JJL. Listen, she's referred to as the unicorn. I don't know who this Miss JJL is. Gets a yearly 401k match bonus on top of her other bonus if they do well. It's nice. Jeez. All about the gameplay. There's a way to solve that ads problem. SJ, you need to set up a solo 401k. Apparently. But don't I have to have a business to set up a 401k? And therefore that business is taxed on the income that I would earn? I haven't had ads in 12 years. I'm not an S Corp or anything, no. Y'all need to tell Stocky to have me on. And read me my rights of how stupid I am and how dumb I'm set up. Hey, I can freaking trade. I don't know what the hell to do with how to set my business or not business up. How do you not have a 401k in 20? I'm 27. Have almost 50% of your margin in a 401k account. I don't have an employer. I don't know how to set that up. Why would I? I don't know, rambling. No one's ever taught me this shit. Flying solo. I was a freaking soccer coach. Okay. How has it been since you worked? What, I am working. What you mean, like someone worked? I worked for someone else. 13 years. But I didn't have retirement benefits at my job. I've never worked a job that paid me retirement benefits. Ever. Oh, 27, you didn't go through a great financial crisis? Yeah, I did. Listen from this. Oh, for sure. I know a lot of people that are not working right now. Like every restaurant, okay? Every restaurant why is this popping up? Every restaurant energy subsidy 11 million. Okay. Every restaurant in my area is not open 100%. They can't even use the water. Jeez. So anything you order can't use water. So like your barbecue place is good to go if their building is still there. But the sides that you would normally order, nope, unless they can cook it with bottled water. But even then, they don't really want to do that because they have no way to wash their dishes unless they use bottled water. It's a shit show. He's never worked. Damn it, Soils. What is this clip? I've never worked a job that paid me Damn it. There are still no freaking Intel Arrow Lake benchmarks. This is ridiculous. What time is it? It's got to be 9 o'clock. I bet you it's 9 o'clock. What was everyone saying before I was really interrupted by this clip? You just need to rock my life plan, get a hubs, and let them do all this shit. Well done. Any takers? I mean, Cater says I need to find a man, so I don't even know how to start. Let's start with feet pics. If you're looking to be my sugar daddy, please send me feet pics. We'll start there. Any major damage to your house? No, nothing. No damage to the house. I did have a rock wall fail that supports the area that my footers are on, so that could erode away and my footers could be in trouble. So we haven't had an ounce of rain here since, well, not really anything like a sprinkle, but it's really remarkable. So that's good, but I gotta get that fixed. It's gonna cost a shit ton of money too. I've never been a sugar mama. Life is very enjoyable. It's worth the effort. Nice. Nice. I've gotta watch that. What's it called? The graph the guy does. Sexy hot. No, what is it called? Sexy hot graph. No, it's not graph. What is it called? Matrix. Crazy hot matrix. We gotta watch this. It's a freaking classic. Every time I don't even remember when we donned Mrs. JJL as unicorn. I think you called her the unicorn after this video, but we have to watch it now. It's too good.
The universal hot crazy matrix. It's everything a young man needs to know about women. I've developed this on my own over 46 years of living on the earth. So this is how it works.
If you've never seen this, get a notepad out right now. And is he packing heat? Is this a gun? Is that a holster? What the hell is on his side? Or is that like an old cell phone holster? Anyway. Is he packing heat?
You have your crazy axis and your hot axis. Hot is, as usual, measured from 0 to 10. We're all familiar with that. Crazy is measured from 4 to 10 because, of course, there's no such thing as a woman who's not at least a 4 crazy. So you got 4 to 10.
Cater, you need to let us know if he's full of shit, or can you confirm?
This is your hot crazy line right here. Very important that you keep in mind where the hot crazy line is. As a rule, this is your no-go zone. We do not hang around and date and marry women who are not, at least in our mind, a 5. So this is your no-go zone. You don't go here. We just rule this out. Life is better this way. That's the way it is. All right?
Okay.
Above a 5 and to about an 8 and below the crazy line, this is your fun zone. You can hang out here and meet these girls and spend time with them. That's your fun zone, but keep in mind when you're in the fun zone, you want to move out of the fun zone to a more permanent location. Okay? So that's the fun zone above a 5, hot, below an 8, hot, and below the crazy line. This means these are most of the time not crazy. Okay? Above the danger zone, above the crazy line, we have the danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is hairdressers. This is where your car gets keyed. You get a bunny in the pot. Your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail. Now that we have some of the chart filled in, we got a couple more pieces to put in. But at this point, understand something. This is not a static environment. This is a situation where you have got to use this matrix over time to develop some reliable data. It's like a dope chart, okay? Because at any moment in time, any woman that you have previously located on this chart can vanish from that location and appear anywhere else on the chart. So what you have to do is, over time, collect some data. And once you have a cluster of data points, you can begin to consider that reliable. Now, moving on, you have this zone here. This is below the crazy line, above an 8 hot, but still, about a 7 crazy. This is your date zone. You can stay in the date zone indefinitely. These are women that you introduce to your friends and your family. They're good looking and they're reasonably not crazy most of the time. Okay, so you can stay here indefinitely. Now, above an 8 hot and between about a 7 and a 5 crazy, this is your wife zone. Okay, when you meet this girl, you should consider a long-term relationship. This zone is not scaled to size. This is a representation and not an actual. This is not a pie chart showing you how many of these people are out there. This is simply a representation of what you're after. You want to be 5 to 7 crazy above an 8 hot. That's your wife zone. Okay.
Makes sense.
Below a 5 crazy and above an 8 hot, this is your unicorn zone. These things don't exist. If you find a unicorn, please capture it safely, keep it alive. We'd like to study it and maybe look at how to replicate that. Okay? So I was explaining this to a guy one time, and he said, wait a minute. I met this girl, and she's like smoking hot. She's like at least a 9, and she's chill. She's totally cool. She's like not even a 3 crazy. I said, you're telling me you've met a girl, she's a 9 hot, and she's like a 2 or a 3 crazy. He said, yeah, man, I like her a lot. I said, you should be careful. That's a dude, you're talking to a tranny. So you got to be careful, because down here below a 4 crazy and above an 8 hot, you're probably talking to a dude. That is the universal hot crazy matrix.
All right, Dana, that was pretty good. Now, let me ask you, like, for the women watching, is there a male version of that? I mean, would it also be?
Oh yeah, it's a little simpler.
If a dude is super hot, okay.
Yeah, it's a little simpler, but we can do it real quick. It doesn't take very long at all. For women,
I don't think I've ever seen this part.
To a Maros MAP3 inhibitor.
Chuck, shut up.
Zaltenibart to treat C3
So you're telling me
glomerulopathhy.
She's over an 8 hot and she's chill, she's not crazy? Well, you're talking to a dude. All right, I don't think I've ever seen this part.
This is your matrix.
Says shippers have tempered volume expectations for year-end and the holidays. That's Uniform Papa Sandy, UPS.
You got your cute axis and you got your money axis, okay?
And UPS just off the highs now, 142.51, up about $11 following their better than expected report.
Mouth, Chuck.
Conference call going on now.
And you got your money axis, okay? And if you have, there's only 3 sections. Women have a very large no-go zone. This is for dudes who are neither hot nor have a lot of money. You'll notice over here, this is the husband section. once you cross a line and have sufficient amounts of money, it is no longer relevant how hot you are. And then women have a fun zone here where a dude is broke.
Damn it!
About $7 on FedEx off of the strong report from United Parcel.
And once you cross a line and have sufficient amounts of money, it is no longer relevant how hot you are. And then women have a fun zone here where a dude is broke but hot. That is the
again.
I'm gonna lose my shit, Chuck.
Hit a low of $16.60. Now it's $17.54.
That is the cute versus rich matrix for women.
That's November.
Right, November. Holy hell, that's funny. That's the crazy hot matrix.
NXU shares off the highs now 46 cents. November X-ray uniform. Still heavy volume. That's November X-ray uniform.
Where, oh, where is... the Arrow Lake benchmarks? Where, oh, where could they be? Damn, Tesla. I just... That's quite the move. It's 20 years, I just learned my wife could be hiding a dick. Oh, man. So they've perfected the tuck, is what you're saying. Einhorn. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. Finkel's a man. Let's clean up this watch list a little bit. Starbucks move, I don't really understand. UAS out. stock those were fairly large. Jeez. Well, it can't be. Short squeeze on Tesla. I don't know. The short interest is pretty low. Unless it's option pushed. I don't know. No, they had an ER yesterday.
Fed's hammock says Fed policy has helped cool inflation process. Longer run inflation expectations have been anchored. Inflation has eased notably, but hasn't returned to goal. Inflation process, inflation headings, inflation readings have improved in recent months. Says inflation has eased amid strong job market and good growth. That's Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack.
Everyone thought it would be bad, myself included. Kind of shocked, honestly. Quite the gap fill. Cater, do you game? No freaking way. Cater just got cooler. Dying Light 2. I don't even know what that is. Cater, what do you play?
HAS Hasbro executives said continued
SJ Cater stream when?
action figures, particularly Star Wars, contribute to decline in Q3.
Cater antidote.
Fed's Hammock said housing-related inflation could be an issue for a while.
Is hot and not crazy and a gamer. Be careful. Yeah, Cater, we're going to need a cup check. It's either a unicorn or a dude. See the possibility of a or 6 storm with the same path, more or less, as Milton? No. Damn it, soilsweather.com.
The tropics are quiet right now, but you may have heard some rumors about something potentially developing the week of Halloween. The Climate Prediction Center is saying there is greater than a 40% chance that a tropical system could form in this red shaded area between October 30th through November 5th. The warm water temperatures could certainly...
What the hell is the deal with these forming between freaking Mexico and Cuba or freaking...
support development, but there are many other factors at play as well. Bottom line, we are not surprised if we see tropical development in this location this time of year, but there are a lot of unknowns this far out in time. It is way too early to know if anything will develop.
Where are you seeing that they are projecting paths on that? Climate change? I mean, hurricanes happen, but I just don't remember them all forming right where they're formed. The last two, or last one, I should say, Helene, that was kind of weird forming. Warming oceans to be viscous. If I'm account, can you look and give me Zena?
PHE1 Funware announcing retirement of CEO Mike Snavely. Stephen Chen named interim CEO of Papa Hotel Uniform November of Funware.
Yeah, this is Zena. I mean, it was a good look, right? So certainly playable. The thing about the 5-minute, right, is if it doesn't work, you gotta get out. And it looked like it should have. You had a cuck right below that, breakout level 315. It looked great. They just dicked you. It's a good looking trade idea that failed. So the key to trading is not being right all the time.
Raises
the key is how quickly can you exit on your losses.
Charlie Victor Kilo.
This is one that should have done better, honestly, right? It didn't. How quickly did you exit? As soon as it came back down and went candle under candle, like right here, I'm out for sure. From the man himself. What am I looking at? Reed Timmer. I don't know who this guy is. The latest GFS is spinning up another hurricane from the central.
IBRX, first patients dosed in phase 1
pattern
clinical study of
during the
immunity
first week of
BioSCAR and T cell
something
therapy for the
while
treatment
the
of relapsed
scenario is
B-cell
unlikely,
non-Hodgkin
shows that a
lymphoma.
hurricane in the eastern Gulf
India
is at least a
Bravo
possible scenario.
Romeo
for two
X-ray
hurricanes.
IBRX.
Well, that's fun. What's the pressure zones look like? Here's my hurricanes. They're so crazy. Oh God, what am I watching? Talk to a woman who believes the U.S. government is controlling hurricanes to hurt Donald Trump's chances in the 2024 elections. Good God. Do I have to listen to this?
MRX,
I think there was
Marex,
an
pricing its
upcoming
offering
storm,
of
and then I think
8.4 million shares at
government set
$24
in
per
with
share. Michael
whatever it is
Romeo
that they
X-ray.
do. I don't know all the
MRX.
specifics about it. I'm not.
Reed is a streamer now.
Not an expert in cloud seeding or whatever it is that they use to magnify the storm to a higher degree to disturb a land that may be wanted for lithium that Harris's husband is partaking in.
So they made the storm stronger, so it would hit the.
Doing with this one.
You think that Milton, they're making it stronger?
Went from a 2 to immediately to a 5, like instantaneously.
You're implying that the government made a hurricane stronger to hurt its own country, the United States of America?
Correct.
And what would be the gain of that?
When, if like, there's been people out there, if they have an Alexa, I don't know if you've heard that, and they've
That is
asked
some hair right there.
what
Holy
caused
shit,
Milton.
hairspray.
You can go on there now. It's already predicted the number of deaths and the amount of. It's already predicted it. You on a Google, it won't do that. If you
guy's
ask
trying
it
to hide
about
his face.
Helene,
You don't wanna
it'll
be
tell
seen.
you the government actively used seed clouding. This is before Helene even happened.
Why would a country want to have a hurricane?
Oh, stop
be
clipping it. I
strong
wanna- I
and
wanna
hit
see
its
the
own
whole thing.
country?
Because they want to control certain places. And if you're looking at where the hurricane's going, it's a lot of red states. If you're looking at the counties in North Carolina that were hit, there were all of them, 26 out of 28 of those counties were for Trump. They're doing whatever they can because they can't rig the election.
Even control the weather?
Yes.
Okay. I've actually heard, now that I know what she's talking about, I've actually heard
think
this
happened with the
conspiracy
hurricanes?
theory during the time. And I'm like, that is the dumbest conspiracy theory I've ever heard. First off, you'd have to displace and kill so many people to have any kind of effect on elections. But the counterpoint could be made about, oh, maybe it's Trump seeding clouds or directing hurricanes because
SGD, Safe and Green
he wants to
Development,
show how
enhanced compliance with
incompetent
NASDAQ listing
government
standards.
response
That's
is.
Sandy Gulf Delta, SGD.
Because I would argue that the only thing that's come from, at least in my area, is a high dissatisfaction with government and how they handled the disaster areas. There's no counterpoints to crazy. I mean, granted, you're going to find crazy on both sides. I get it, but I do not believe that they would use it in an election like that. Anybody would, because good God, the amount of people that you'd have to have all work together for something like that would be astronomical, and everyone would have to keep their mouth shut. The general strategy was to reduce the intensity of the cloud seeding. I'm not again. I understand that for sure. governments and institutions can influence weather, but to use it as a political tool, come on. This lady's not seeing the other side of the coin. You can make the same argument, her same argument, and say it's only helped Trump. Her red heifers and so could be the Sky King bringing end of times. Huh? What? My eyes are freaking blurry as hell. I've been up since 5 o'clock. I woke up at 5 o'clock and I've not been able to go back to sleep. If you really want to get fired up, let's talk about the new goldfish. What are we talking about today? What is going on? Please, let's just get the election over with. I'm so tired. 100% agree. I will say this, though. If anyone remembers the 2020 election, it is way less combative in this chat, at least. I know that's anecdotal, but that's good to see. Have I looked into the chemtrails? Not really. I know that they are a thing, but I don't know what people think they are. Everyone's ready for the next chapter. Someone else's turn.
HON and BA. Honeywell CEO says Boeing circumstances are very challenging.
All right, 9 o'clock. Is the embargo lifted on Aerolink? Let's look. YouTube, give me something. No. Unbelievable!
NVDA, NVIDIA, announcing Zoom's AI-first transformation to boost business productivity, collaboration. That's Zulu Michael and November Victor Delta Alpha.
How is it 9 o'clock and they haven't lifted the embargo? It better be 12 then. If it's later tonight, that's a really bad sign. Libertarians are just pussy Republicans. The same world, Guac. Sadly, we live a crazy one. Oh God, what have I done?
You gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing.
Say Sapphire to hit above 11. What's up, first time chatter? Let me look for you. Looks like it. Only peeps upset are the ones that bought weeklies before close. Who, me? Yes, you. Kelly, let's go. 9 months. It's like 9/11 all over again. Oh gosh. We've gone down the 9/11 rabbit hole. Goldfish, now Chilean sea bass. This is what's wrong with our corporate America. What? What are you talking about, cheese? Are you talking about what are you talking about? Are you talking about goldfish that you eat?
Honeywell
The
says
snack?
have been working closely with
what are you
Boeing to
talking
make
about?
sure
I don't
we
know.
have a coordinated way
You're
of dealing
not serious.
shipments to Boeing. That's HONNBA.
Goldfish name change. That's actually a Google thing. This is a joke, right? Campbell Soup's Goldfish Cracker temporarily changes name to highlight, what's the rest of this headline? To highlight its adult appeal. So it's temporary cheese. The cracker will be sold online for a limited time under the name Chilean Sea Bass as the packaged food giant broadens interest in the 1 billion snacking brand often tied to kids. There it is. Chilean Sea Bass. Oh, it's Chilean Sea Bass? Sign me up, right? That's how that works. Heading out early, Chicka Bow Wow? BOE's man notes deceleration in prices might not quite get US to 2% inflation target medium term. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that we'll never see 2% in a very long time, and they'll settle at 3%. Oh, 3% ain't bad. Just in, leaders from 36 countries posed together for a picture during BRICS Summit. Huh. I watched that How to Cock and Cuck. How did that Roth Boeing play turn out? It wasn't in my Roth. It was a swing play, and I made like 36,000 on it or something like that. Wait, maybe I did have it in my Roth. I think I sold that for a loss a year or two later, but I had it in my trading account. I took options on it. I don't know which one you're referring to. The Roth one I took for a loss, because obviously Boeing's never gotten back to whatever price I bought it at. Was like 300 or something like that. Well, hello Boeing. Look at this diagonal. We're down here near. Huh. line leader. A lot more about peaches. Jeez. Oh, gosh. Okay, so some people are saying the official time is 8 a.m. Pacific. So 2 more hours. Oh, gosh. All right. 11 a.m. it is. Thank you, Cheese. Yeah, it's pretty Pretty boring this morning. I think all eyes are going to be in Tesla, obviously. That's what I'll be looking at, oddly enough. Maybe continuation out of Starbucks, LRN, Intel at 11. I'm just going to close these puts out for a loss. I thought for sure that the embargo would lift at 9 a.m. It's now seemed to be 11 a.m. Eastern. I was looking at AMD CPUs last night, like the 9950X, right? Because I kind of need more cores / threads, whatever. The damn motherboards are more, the high-end motherboards are more expensive than the freaking Intel ones. What the hell? Since when can we get off selling a $1,300 motherboard? PCIe 5 is the reason why? I don't believe that. Where did they get off thinking they can charge? I mean, I'm probably going to have to buy it, right? But still. That's insanity. What do they call the freaking Jeez. Highest price. $1,300. Oh, on sale, $50 off. MSI Godlike. It's crazy. $1,700. What is this? How in the mother? What makes this $1,700? The slots are on metal. Okay. All right. 5-minute break. Be back for the open. Holy jeez.
NXU just off the highs now, up about 200%. That's November X-ray uniform, NXU. One minute to the U.S. market open. GNPX getting a pop here. Genprix.
Note to new and existing members, disclaimers posted in the High Beta Squad chat room.
All right, good luck today, Mutant Discord, or not Discord, Mutant Benzinga, if you're interested in that. Here is the link to Benzinga. Still going to play it slow. Yesterday, I did get up over $700. I did play Tesla after hours. So it was a good day. Jeez. Where's that candlestick? Jeez. Starbucks, nice initial move. Still taking things slow for me. Okay, hello. Gallium looks like it's a tick. Roger that. Just exiting my swing. All right. All out of that. All right. Break even on the day right now. Yeah, this is TradingView. This other is E-Trade. We'll see what this does. Great idea, bad vehicle. No. If I would have shorted, I would have been down just as much, cheese. If I'd done stock, just as much. It just went the wrong way. I was banking on the embargo being over now. It's not. It's freaking an hour and a half. So, whatever. Whatever. Water on the bridge. Trading idea didn't work. And now Intel goes up. HKD, The Last Dance movie moves to early. Okay. Tell you what, though, we'll be watching that around 11. It looks like it's going to be pretty bad from what Moore's Law was saying. As instability issues across the board. We'll see. On what? Arrow Lake, the new Intel generation. Tesla gonna hit 250 today, huh? As I say that. Boom. Getting active. DJT 3420 would do something potentially. This has been a hot trader recently. And things are laggy right now, boys and girls. I don't know about you all, but that usually means something. Really laggy, cheese. Like, I'm afraid to take a trade. Let me see what one share does. All right. Floor color home. From yesterday? Are you talking about something you posted today? Forget low volume. Roger that. I don't know if I don't know if your FCLOR is shorthand for floor color. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know why I read that as floor color. You and your freaking acronyms. When you decide to capitalize things and not capitalize things. I did not do any homework. No, I did not do any homework yesterday. I went to bed early. I'm very tired. Very tired recently. One thing that I have been watching pretty closely is Bitcoin. And it's curling right where I wanted to see it curl. I've updated my diagonal. Now that we have basically 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on it. Yeah, I think it's just plus or minus 70,000 now at this point. Maybe Cuck and go here on my mega number prediction. I don't know. I'm not sure we go into a recession or not. Five minutes to 16 level. Are we gonna hit it here? No. Got filled at night. Oh, what a horseshit fill, man. Absolute bullshit. And we tapped 20. All right, I'm taking it off. Gotta get back in the green first. Look at the lag. Holy shit balls. Look at this lag. And that happened at the exact same time Tesla broke 250. Holy jeez. All right, we're back on the board. We're back on the board. Did you see in the map? What map? What are you talking about? today. What the hell? What the hell? Is that Tesla? Yo. Is this real cheese? Cheese put a bookmark. Is this Tesla? What the absolute hell? It's literally a piece of cheese. Yeah. Dude, how? That's a block. Good God. What is that orange? Those are orders. Those are bid orders. So this is the price action up here. This is a sell order and how long it's been up. So the long streak just tells you how long it's been there, right? But someone, what's the size of this cheese? Oh, so this just tells you, this is a sell order up here. This just tells you how long it's been there for. This is their time axis. This guy, usually you'll see stuff like this. This is pretty typical. Someone puts a big order up. The darker the color, the bigger the size. Someone puts an order up and it sits there for a while. This is pretty typical. I've never seen this before in my freaking life. Each one was around 10K. Someone's buying that? Holy jeez. That's remarkable. Might get a high day run here, DJT, a little pop over these levels maybe. Intel keeping tight. Tesla 1 minute cock. VIX be Vixen, huh? Watch that 20 level. Dude, that is absolutely wild. Be right back. I'll keep benzing on.
CAPR, Capricorn Therapeutics, 2224 at the highs now popping here. Charlie Alpha Papa Romeo. Southwest Air CEO Bob Jordan on strike at Boeing says so far we plan for about 20 deliveries and we're sitting on 19 right now. He's on CNBC. That's Lima Uniform Victor. Says if the strike at Boeing continues, we will continue to plan for 2025 delivery. That's LUV and BA. Southwest CEO said Elliott deal is good for our shareholders. SAG, SEG Holding halted at the lows on a circuit breaker, $5.89, down 7.4%. That's SAG, Sandy Alpha Golf. IPO on that one. That's SAG. PLAY, Dave and Buster is popping to the highs now, 35.47. That's Papa Lima Alpha Yankee, PLAY.
Ticker BT Bravo Tango. Shares are seeing a spike in activity, new highs. Note company is tweeting. We are positioning BT to accommodate inference workloads, which represent the long-term future of generative AI's demand for compute. So there's a BT seeing a spike in activity in that.
SAG shares resume trading.
It shows the BT seeing continued heavy activity, new highs 412 for BT.
TC Tuanche shares up 161% now, just off the highs, $3.80. Tango Charlie.
I took a CGC. Shares seeing a spike in activity, new highs. Charlie Golf Charlie.
EFSH halted on a circuit breaker at the highs, $2.55. Echo Foxtrot Sandy Hotel. New home sales plus 4.1%, 738,000. The estimate was 719,000 on new home sales. TC Tuanche getting a pop here, $4.29. Tango Charlie. VKTX, Viking Therapeutics, hitting new highs now, 15% following their earnings report last night. Victor Kilo Tango X-Ray. HON Honeywell here got a downgrade at Bank of America, Hotel Oscar November, following their report.
I ticker IBRX, India Bravo Romeo X-ray. Shares are seeing a bump in activity, new highs on a positive. Barron's note being circulated titled "This biotech stock could rock 800%." Analysts say. It's in ticker IBRX.
NUKK halted on a circuit breaker. At the highs, $3.45. November uniform kilo. Shares up following a reverse stock split. CTNT, CheetahNet also halting, also popping here, $3.44. Charlie Tango, November Tango. Another reverse stock split today. EFSH shares now spiking here after resuming. Echo Foxtrot Sandy Hotel. Coming up at 10:30, natural gas storage. The consensus is a build of 61 BCF. SYY, Cisco informed some customers about Taylor Farms onion recall. Cisco, that's from a Cisco spokesperson, comments in an emailed statement to Bloomberg. That's Sandy Yankee Yankee. Shares of Cisco selling off sharply on that news. Cisco shares selling off here now, 72.67 on that news of a recall on the onions. Shares of McDonald's right now trading higher. McDonald's popping above the $300 mark again. McDonald's shares are up $2.28. After that news. KOSS, getting a pop here. On small volume coming in, Kilo Oscar Sandy. VKTX, Viking Therapeutics, following their earnings report, continuing to spike here.
We'll take our STEM, Sandy Tango Echo Michael, sure seeing a spike in activity, new highs, STEM. Ticker VEEE. Shares seen a spike in activity, new highs. Victor Echo Echo Echo.
NOW, ServiceNow CEO on CNBC discussing AI expansion. That's November Oscar Whiskey. NOW ServiceNow shares at the highs $975. That's November Oscar Whiskey.
Poop shower. Now you all were wondering. Poop shower. All right. Where are we at? All right.
Ah, shit, he's back.
You have carpet on your shower walls. What? Oh, jeez. Luke, I am your father. Let's go. 9 months, homie. Has it only been 9 months? Salty stuck skipper. What's up, homie? Dude, Cheese, can I see a book map, updated book map of Tesla? There's a big squeeze right now on Tesla forming. You'd think it would go up from here. It plus through 6. Oh, it tapped 70? Oh, it did do a cock. Should have gone then. Really needs to break 77. There we go. 82, did it touch it? Oh, it did break it. Might be a top here. I don't know how I like this anymore. I don't know how I like this. Hard read. Only 2 points. It's only a 2. Oh, it could be 3 here. I don't know. It's a tough sell. What's the 15-minute look like? 82, 83, 4. It cracked 250? It did crack it. I mean, it went through it like it wasn't there. It's right back to it though. boy, that would be epic, wouldn't it? Can I hold 250? Bullshit, Phils. Over 21, we should be juicy. Should be juicy.
MNPR, Monopar Therapeutics at the highs now, $7.13, halted on a circuit breaker.
All right. Decent trade.
Company announced earlier
Pebbles right now. This thing's wild.
An agreement with AstraZeneca regarding a licensing deal. That's
TSLL. Nice mutt.
MNPR now at $7.13, halted at the highs, up 54%.
What's Tesla 260 calls look like? Just curious. 90 cents? MSTR. MSTR doesn't ever have enough volume for me. Like, I don't know. Seems like whenever I look at it, it doesn't have enough volume, but looking at some of these candles, it's like that. I don't know. It just doesn't tickle my taint, you know what I mean? I know you know what I mean. NNE creeping. Nothing really, that amazing right now. Did I catch any Joe beat? No, I think I traded it one time, but this move I was taking a poop on, and I came back or something. I was away from a computer. I can't remember what I was doing. Tesla about to go high a day. Yeah, we knew that was coming. You're about a year and a half away from one flying commercially, and that would be in the UAE first. Certainly not here first. So it's certainly been on my spec list.
MNPR shares resume trading. Michael November Papa Romeo.
Some news or something?
Shares hitting $8.09 at the high and halted again, up 75%. That's MNPR resuming and now halted again, up 75%. MNPR.
Go. MNPR. All right. Watch that out of the halt. Degenerate Gambler, are you serious? It's resuming, MNPR is resuming at $20 right now? It's quoting 20. Cosmos sees 810. Okay, jeez. That's the kind of gap up that you see people post on Twitter. I got wrecked. All right, let's watch this thing open up. T111. About a minute, a little less than a minute. Halloween lands on a tree. What's your costume gonna be? I'm gonna dress up as a day trader that lives in his mom's basement. And has a fascination with peaches. Fuzzy peaches? Jeez. All right, here we go. I'm not trading this one until it gives me a decent pullback and a cock to play off of. 10-minute halt? What's it quoting, Siru? I had the time wrong. It's 1 more minute. 51:11. Be the Hawktua girl. You know, these memesters come and go, but this one, I think she's part of our, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for, but she's part of our culture now. She's not going anywhere. Everyone thought she'd be a dust in the wind. Yeah, she's on to legend status. Our lexicon is probably it. There you go, dude. Oh. Wow. Wowie, wow, wow.
MNPR shares resuming and making new highs now, $9.17. And shares halted again
How
now.
has this thing not moved well today?
98%.
And all of a sudden, whoop,
on MNPR, Monopod Therapeutics.
crazy. That's crazy move. Oh, for crying out loud. Spin on that thing. I flashed it. Let him go. Let him cook. No. This one's got algos all over this thing. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, do that. Oh, let's do that? Yeah. Let's pull the plug. Okay. 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 What do we got on this? 56:35. About a minute. for Tesla? I don't know. We got to see it hang around that. Um, 250 level and hold. $20. Yeah, a circuit breaker hold is 5 minutes, Pat. There you go. Looks like it's a 10-minute now. $9.62 gap. Jeez. We got 3 minutes on Intel Arrow Lake embargo release. Knows when you should buy your options.
Ticker array ARRY. Alpha Romeo Romeo Yankee. Note that share seeing increased activity. Note a possible negative catalyst. A note coming from Mizuho on ARRY. Notes Treasury is sticking to its IRA text and made no changes to component definitions for manufacturing tax credit.
I'm break even right now, Jug. I was up $100, but then that drug trade just took it away. So not really too many trades right now that I'm in love with. Intel could be a mover here in about 30 seconds. $54 implied. I wonder if it'll move on launch. Okay, here. Let's see if it's nothing on YouTube. Crying out loud. Just a lot of plays. And I'm taking it slow. I'm not in any rush. This is my first week back after basically a month.
BOX and AMZN, Box and AWS partner to bring generative AI models and capabilities
Dude,
to enterprise
it is still
content.
not
That's
out.
Bravo Oscar X-ray Alpha Michael Zulu November. BOX.
What is going on? Okay. NPR resuming. Jeez, dude. 11? Kentucky State Senator Johnny Turner? No. What's this revolution? Two minutes ago. It's probably a flop. It's hardware unboxed. Specifications, socket, testing notes. Thank you. Finally. Test specs. Cinebench behavior. Why is it not showing up in searches? There we go. Get it together, Intel. Cora. Oh, geez. Okay, this is what I want. The Gamers Nexus one. It's not showing up in searches, which is interesting. You have to go to each individual YouTube channels. Here, this is what I want to watch this with everybody. I do love that case. I love the look of that case. I'm hoping they refresh the 900 of that case. No sound? Oh, sorry. Why did you say something?
Never mind.
Sorry.
The 285K is $630 with the pre-order pricing, or $160 more than the 14900K right now. Now, we don't care about what the launch MSRP was of those prior parts because it's irrelevant. What they're priced at today is what you would be looking at if you were going to buy one. The 14700K is $350 to $375. The 137 is $290 in some places. The 12900K is down to $280, and the much weaker, of course, 12600KF is now $160, which we only put here because that's kind of crazy compared to its launch. Buying into these dead platforms isn't a great feeling, though, so we can also look at AMD's direct alternatives, which include the $480, at least right now, 7800X3D, with a rumored 9800X3D in a week. So if that's true, we'll have more to say soon. The 285K is 31% more money than the 7800X3D, at least when it's priced properly. We've seen it go kind of crazy lately to like 600, and that doesn't make sense. And on the other side of the flank, it's got the 9950X and the 7950X for production. For the absolute bare bones basics, what you need to know is that this code name is Arrow Lake. It's the Core Ultra 200 series. They've moved to a tile-based approach, meaning that the silicon, if you were to take the lid off, is no longer a monolithic piece of silicon. Also, Intel is working with TSMC on manufacturing for this one, so that's kind of unique too. Intel has gotten rid of hyperthreading and is instead moving to just P cores and E cores with these CPUs. So the 285K has 8 P cores and 16 E cores with 24 threads against the 14900K's 32 total threads. Frequency is also down, now at 5.7 gigahertz advertised, but because the architectures are different, it's not that clean to just compare the frequency numbers. We'll review the 245K next, but that one's at 6 P cores and 8 E cores. The new platform is LGA 1851, and it requires new motherboards. These will not work in LGA 1700 socket motherboards, and LGA 1700 CPUs will not work in LGA 1851 boards. There are also multiple independent loading mechanism options chosen by motherboard manufacturers. We'll have a separate video shortly with laser scans and pressure maps of those, check back for that, and more specs on the basics can be found in our Arrow Lake announcement coverage that we'll link below. Get into the review. So first off, Arrow Lake is really not ready for launch. They fumbled a number of things here leading into launch. And as an example, Intel told us this in a briefing. Quote, the big change is that every ODM now, without fail, every ODM ships with this, or APO in this conversation, enabled. In the BIOS, the Camarillo device is turned on, there will be a yellow bane, the driver will install, and APO will be enabled by default. That's the out-of-the-box experience everybody is going to have. You'd want to mimic what folks are going to see, talking about the testing. This is going to be something that's going to be probably just as important as the hardware improvements. All your ODMs, the board vendors, it's all enabled by default and should auto-install, 13th gen onward. Now this is important because we don't test with APO, so we had to consider it for this review. Intel presented first-party benchmark slides with APO enabled and emphasized with us that not only would it be on by default on Z890, but that it would also be on by default with Z790. Neither was true. We discovered this issue and brought it to Intel only because we weren't sure if it was something we did wrong, and it wasn't. The company seemed totally unaware of this failing, and after some back and forth, it realized eventually that it had simply screwed up. As a result of our findings, Intel is moving to publish a list of motherboards that support APO out of the box, on by default in BIOS going forward. But our concern is that clearly things are not fully ready here. If the statement was, without fail, a feature would be on by default, and then it's not, and we're the ones who find out about it, and they respond to that. So that's just, we're not really supposed to be beta testing it. That's not a great sign. But dynamic tuning also no longer existed on our board, despite Intel telling us that that's what needs to be enabled. The option we found has been renamed to Innovation Platform Framework, and it was off by default, which meant APO was off for the 200 series. With the latest BIOS and microcode for Z790 and a brand new Windows install, we also found APO was off. So from a methodology perspective, we consider APO a non-default feature in the state the product is in now. We review what we receive. We don't review promises of the future. See earlier reference of Chronomancer 1995 TSR publication. I believe it was version 1.2. But also seriously, we don't review the future or promises. That it doesn't make any sense. So even with it on, though, which we did test, it was ultimately irrelevant in the test suite didn't really matter much. It's more of an indicator. It was one of many unforced errors from Intel, which included blue screens of death on Windows installed due to driver conflict with NVIDIA devices when the IGP is disabled. This issue didn't exist on prior architectures. Seems to be a combination of the new IGP claiming PCIe resources and of NVIDIA's driver code not having an error handler for zero PCIe resource allocation. You can bypass it by disabling the IGP, but for a lot of people, this is going to be frustrating. The platform also has issues with easy anti-cheat, which Intel will soon be publishing a statement about. We'll leave that to Wendell's coverage, but basically, if you disable security features, you're able to work around the issue. We just wouldn't recommend it. Additionally, Intel sent a statement out about power profiles where balanced power on 24H2 results in
DBGI, Delta Bravo Golf, India,
we test with high performance
activity,
except
new
for
high,
specifically
CBGI.
required to use balanced in some X3D situations, so this didn't affect us, but it is another one of many of Intel's launch problems. Intel even got its own specs wrong on this slide where it said the chipset can support up to 32 USB 3.2 devices, but actually it's supposed to be 10. This is something that Taiwanese publication Unico's Hardware spotted previously. As we said, Arrow Lake's really just not ready for launch. The numbers are what's really important here, including efficiency, because that's what Intel makes big claims about. So, to keep it short, on at least the Z890 motherboard we have, the 24-pin power connector is now far more relevant than it has been in the past. So it's been a little relevant, but typically that those numbers come out in the noise of data, and now the 24-pin is doing disproportionate work. This is likely a board-to-board thing and not Arrow Lake as an architecture as a whole.
1387.
But we need to look at that, so let's get into that part. Proving our work, this plot shows the 14900K's power draw on a known workload spread across multiple rails. You can see that EPS1 and EPS2 power is similar, both around 70 to 80 watts in this lighter weight gaming workload. The 24-pin connector has several voltages, including 3.3, 5V standby, and 12V for the things that are shown here. The ATX 12V rail includes things like fans, and if we hadn't isolated it, slot power, among other miscellaneous controllers on motherboards. PCIe slot power is at around 30 to 35 watts, which is why it's important to isolate it if capturing 24-pin power. Here's why we isolate slot power. This benchmark was for 7-zip on the 14900K. We'll come back to the 285K. The GPU does literally nothing in this test except for spit out display. It doesn't engage in the test. However, occasionally, in any test, we measure seemingly random spikes to slot power. It could be for a number of unpredictable reasons, such as Windows background tasks or NVIDIA's drivers doing something in the background, like telemetry. Here's the comparison we've all wanted. In 7-zip, ignoring EPS 12V, we noticed that the ATX 12V power was exceptionally high on the 285K and the Z890 Hero combination compared to the 14900K and Z790 Hero. It's at about 50 watts here, whereas the 14900K had ATX 12V down around 30 watts. ATX 3V power is comparable on both and within 2 watts of each other. ATX 5V isn't easy to call a simple average. It fluctuates a lot. The range, though, is 14 to 30 watts on the 285K and Asus combination, and similar on the 14900K, with peaks about 3 to 5 watts lower than on the 285K. We don't know if Asus is using any of that power to feed things like maybe regulators that go to the CPU or something, but if any of it is, it's not much. A lot of it is driving other components like I/O. The ATX 12V line is clearly important, though, as not factoring in that 20
Ticker BURU, share CD spike in activity, new highs, Bravo uniform, Romeo uniform.
Efficient because the power is sort of hidden in a cable where it's not typically meaningfully high and where we wouldn't normally look. Asus's reasoning for this is theoretically better power regulation. We don't know if any other board vendors are doing this. Finally, as an example of AMD, here's the 7800X3D and 285K. The 285K and 14900K ATX 12V remained from last time. The 7800X3D was pulling about 12 watts, ATX 12V fixed during this test, and didn't seem to fluctuate based on load at all. It appears fairly isolated. Typically, this gap of 10 watts comes out in the wash when you're talking about a 280-watt 14900K versus an 80-watt 7800X3D, so it's just the usual part of the margins. It's never really been relevant before. In this scenario, however, the difference against the 285K really starts to show. Here's ATX 3V. The 7800X3D platform is marginally higher here. We're using an Asus board for this also. This is part of why 5V normally comes out in the wash. Some rails are a few watts higher, some are a few watts lower. There's always going to be error. ATX 5V is about the same between them all. There's spikier behavior on the 285K from the I/O, but that's about it. All this is done with hardware. We also can't trust various software readings because they can be manipulated heavily by software or by the motherboards. Years ago, there was an issue where AMD motherboards were underreporting some of the power line items in a way that allowed boards to pull more or less power while hiding it in software depending on what they were trying to manipulate. We also spoke with Der Bauer about his experiences, and he noticed that CPU package power is calculated based on seemingly VID. So if anything's wrong with the voltage or tweaked, it can manifest in erroneous software readings. That's why we use this monster that we built to do all of this. We're fairly confident in the results, but we have to caveat that this is a very opaque platform pre-launch right now, and it's not fully clear how all the power is being routed. For the most part, it should be proportional to the VRM split anyway of 18-4 of the 22 phases total. So we were able to use that as a guidepost as well. Now, finally, you might be asking, who measures the measurers? The answer is us. We measure the measurers. So working with Elmore, we set up multiple current monitoring devices to test them against each other. So we used a PMD, a PMD2, a bench lab, and then not from Elmore, we used a straightforward Fluke current clamp. And using all of that, we were able to evaluate the current, determine which devices were producing the most reliable results, and then proceed with those for testing. So let's get into the efficiency. 7-zip decompression efficiency is measured in MIPS per watt, or millions of instructions per joule, if you simplify it. In this test, the 285K ended up in the lower third of the chart. Intel's 14900K pulled 273 watts for this benchmark, with the 285K now at 162 watts for ATX 12 volt and EPS 12 volt without the slot power for the GPU, or 175 watts if we look at the ATX 12 volt and the ATX 5 volt with EPS 12 volt. We think the 162 watt number is more accurate, but we want to transparently present both since the power split is still not fully clear. Because performance is lower and the formula relies on both, the efficiency increase isn't as impressive as the power drop is. The 285K runs with an efficiency of 1101 MIPS per watt decompression, with the reading that includes 5 volts for that one, which results in an improvement of 29% over the 14900K. The reading without 5 volts is 40% improved over the 14900K for efficiency, which we think, again, is the more accurate of the two. Whether 30% or 40% is more precise, the point is that it's a big uplift. AMD still dominates here, holding the entire top third of the chart, though. The 7950X in eco mode sets a seemingly untouchable score at 1936 MIPS per watt, and then the 7800X3D, which is much slower than the 285K and 7-zip decompression scoring, is more efficient thanks to its 70-watt power draw. Here's the 7-zip compression result. Power consumption is measured across compression and decompression in the same test suite, so those figures are unchanged. The 285K scored 1051 MIPS per watt with
How did my
ATX 12
order
volt,
just
EPS
get
12 volt,
jumped?
which is an improvement over the 14900K's 672 MIPS per watt of 56%.
Shit.
This uplift versus decompression comes from a higher performance in 7-zip compression scoring in terms of relative scaling versus where it lands in decompression. We'll talk about that later. AMD 7800X3D is at the top here. Again, it's not the best performer, but its 70-watt power is impressive, and that allows it to remain the true most efficient CPU we've tested recently in a desktop. Baldur's Gate 3 could get a lot more complicated. We have, however, isolated out the PCIe slot power by using an interposer to power the video card instead. The entire X3D lineup continues its domination in this game, and most others. The high frame rate and low power land the 7800X3D
This
at
is just
2.3
efficiency
FPS
testing
per watt.
here. This
That's
isn't
pulling
really
only
what
55
most
watts during
people
this
care
workload
about,
for
but
gaming. The
it's
5700X3D
interesting
is about
so
the same,
far.
with the 5800X3D slightly less efficient. Intel's new 285K isn't remotely close to these numbers. The 285K with ATX 12 volt and EPS 12 volt ran at 1.1 FPS per watt, so the 7800X3D is creating over 2 times as many frames per watt of power here. And even with some overage for some sort of fudge factor on a couple watts here and there that might not be filtered or accounted for, the 7800X3D is still just, it's basically unapproachable at this point. The 14900K ran at 0.7 FPS per watt here. Looking at just Intel, the 1.1 result of the 285K has at least improved substantially over the 14900K, with an uplift of 57%. If we include the 5-volt power, since we're not certain if any of it is being used for the CPU or how much, that would be a 29% uplift instead. Starfield is a heavier workload from gaming. In this one, the 7800X3D is again the most efficient. Its result was 2.1 FPS per watt, holding a large lead over the closest CPUs that are up behind it. The next closest would be the 5700X3D, also at about 70 watts. The 5800X3D, 9700X, and 7700 non-X follow this, and we eventually hit the 3700X and then the 285K. With the ATX 12 volt and EPS 12 volt measurements and without the PCIe slot, we end up at about 147 watts for a 1.0 FPS per watt rating with some of the usual rounding in there. The 14900K ran at 0.7 FPS per watt here, so Intel has improved by 43%. Its Ultra 9 is now where the 14600K was previously, measuring 5 volts as well, had it at 172 watts or 0.8 FPS per watt. That would instead be an improvement of 14%. As before, we believe it's somewhere in the middle here, but probably closer to that 1.0 figure. The next game is Stellaris, where we measured simulation time in seconds and power in order to make this as easy to follow as possible. We've done some simple arithmetic to convert this into simulations per watt hour, meaning that a bigger number is better, despite the base metric result being lower is better. That's because you want to simulate more things with a watt hour. The 7800 X3D has an impressive score here at 2.7 simulations per watt hour. The next closest is down at 2.4 with the 5700 X3D. The 285K ran 1.5 simulations per watt hour. That means for each watt hour, the 7800 XVD is able to complete 1.2 more simulations, or about an 80% increase. The 14900K completed 0.9 simulations per watt hour. That means the 285K's best entry is an improvement of 67% in efficiency. Remember, most of Intel's presented numbers were only for power reductions, not necessarily for efficiency. The 285K's simulation performance is better than the 14900K's in this benchmark, so its combination of higher performance and lower power, which was reduced by a total of 46.6 watts from the 14900K, so that falls basically, once you look at Intel doing total system power, it's sort of exactly within their geo-mean expectation. This yields the huge increase that we're seeing in efficiency, though. Finally, Final Fantasy XIV for efficiency. In this one, the 7800 X3D led with an impressive 42.5 watts power draw while spewing hundreds of frames per second, allowing it a result of 8.3 FPS per watt. That's great. The 5700 X3D keeps its second place spot at 7.7. The 14900K ran at 3.1 FPS per watt, so the 285K at its sort of best is 32% improved by these numbers. This is one where the 285K was regressive in performance against the 14900K, and by sort of a lot. We'll come back to that in the FPS results, but because the FPS is down for this one, the result is reduced efficiency gains despite also being reduced power. Next, we'll validate the frequency behavior to establish how the CPUs behave out of the box. This chart plots the highest single-core frequency per interval during a single-threaded Cinebench workload. With the 285K, the max single-core frequency is 5700 MHz during this test, with frequent drops to 5400 MHz. These drops are abnormal on Intel during this testing. The 14900K with the latest microcode held 6000 MHz. These are different architectures, so it's not as simple as stating that higher is better, but it will help illustrate where some of the performance losses are coming from later. The original launch microcode for the 14900K had it at the same frequency. This chart.
I gotta take this phone call. It's my tree people. Down trees. Be right back.
No, ticker Peloton, PTON. Note Einhorn is speaking now. Says Peloton has a large customer base, low attrition. Shares that seeing a spike in activity for Peloton at highs. One ticker HPQ, Hotel Papa Quebec. No, David Einhorn says he's bullish on HPQ. Ticker HPQ, seeing an increase of activity on David Einhorn comments. Ticker HPQ shares now seeing a spike in activity, new highs. HPQ. The ticker TSN shares seen a spike in activity for TSN. New lows. Ticker JetBlue, shares selling off. Julia Bravo, Lima uniform. Well, ticker ENVX, Echo November Victor X-ray. Note Fuzzy Panda is saying that they're short ENVX. Ticker ENVX, shares seeing a spike in activity at the lows on those circulations. Ticker ENVX, shares selling off.
Heck yeah. Free tree service. Free. I love people. That's what I'm talking about. Some group that's what they do, man. They just drive around to different disaster areas. Tree work, debris removal, roof tarp, muck out, mold remediation, full demo. Free. Hot damn. Back to it.
Chart looks at P-core frequency averages during Blender. The 285K maintains an average P-core frequency of 5,400 megahertz in this testing. Also
banned.
Relatively flat.
MNPR is at
$25.
$25.
Test entry, which is what we use for our review comparison today, at around 5,100 to 5,220 megahertz. The 2023 launch entry was higher at 5,280 to 5,400 megahertz on average. The microcode changes may have affected this since launch, though. That's the point of doing these. The MSI 0x11D microcode entry had the CPU at around 5,000 megahertz from the same window as the Asus 2023 entry. We never used that board in any of our reviews process, so this is new data with old microcode. And the most up-to-date frequency entry sits between the two flanks of the early 14900K tests. Finally, this chart shows all core averages in the same test. The 285K averaged 4867 megahertz when factoring in the E-cores, with the modern 14900K just below 4500 megahertz and flanked by the two older entries. Now we're getting to gaming benchmarks. We have a lot of 2023 and 2024 games in this test suite with a couple of mainstays from the past. Dragon's Dogma 2 is up now. This is one of the 2024 titles we added to our suite last time. It's had updates that affect performance significantly since our last round of benchmarks, so this is all new data, like everything else here. APO doesn't do anything in this benchmark and isn't supported. We tested it with on and off for the 14900K and 285K, and its performance was the same. So we removed the redundant entries here because they have no impact. We didn't want to take the chart space. The 285K landed at about 104 FPS average, with lows at 64 and 51. This allows the AMD 7800X3D at $480 to lead the $590 285K by 6.1%. With the 14900K leading at 5% over the 285K.
Shut up, Googly.
The lows between these three CPUs are functionally identical, so there's no explicit advantage there. The 14700K and 13700K also lead the 285K here, with the 14700K far cheaper at $350. Not even close. The 5700X3D and 5600X3D are effectively tied, with the 5700X3D at $230 right now, or sometimes down closer to $200, depending on where you buy it. In F124, which for hopefully obvious reasons is a 2024 title, we end up with this set of results when fully retested in 24H2 and with the new microcode and Nagisa for everything. The 7800X3D sets a ceiling pretty high and establishes a 28% lead over the more expensive and higher power consuming 285K at 438 FPS to 344 FPS average. The 14900K is also advantaged, this time by 12%, with a 385 FPS result. The lows for the 285K were 186 FPS 1%, which is a worse entry than the 14900K's 250 result. The frame time pacing appears better in step with the average on both the 14900K and the 7800X3D. Looking now at the APO results, toggling APO appears to do something in this game. The 285K gained 1.3% with APO on, so that's very exciting. We can hardly contain ourselves. I'm trying to keep it in right now. You'll surely notice the extra 3 to 4 frames per second on top of the other 343 before them, and we're glad that we spent half a day troubleshooting Intel's fumbled pre-launch settings to gain those frames back, because whatever would we have done without the extra 0.0369 milliseconds reduction in frame time if we had not troubleshot that for half a day. So that was phenomenally exciting. The 14900K also gained about the same amount. It is irrelevant on both. Using DDR5 8600 on the 285K with Gear 2 and blasted VDIM boosted the 359 FPS average result we see here. That's a 4.5% like-for-like lead over the 344 result. This is almost enough to get the 285K tied with the 2-generation-old 13700K from 2022, but not quite. It does, however, tie it with AMD's 2020 architecture found in the cache-boosted 5700X3D with its lower power. 1440p results are mostly uninteresting. The top is truncated heavily because of the increase in resolution. Even still, the new Ultra 9 ends up in the middle. It's fitting that the Core Ultra 9 is in the middle of a cluster here. Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail's up now. This is another 2024 addition to our testing. The 7800X3D again establishes the ceiling. It leads the 285K by 31% in this game at 353 FPS to 270. The 14900K's 310 FPS average establishes a 15% lead over the 285K, marking one of the largest declines in Intel's performance in our gaming suite. The 5800X
No, Yorkshire, I've been back
are also
all
at the
this
top
week.
here, showing that Dawn Trail generally likes cache, at least on these CPUs. The 5700X3D is a little bit lower down since its frequency is 300 megahertz below that of the 5600X3D. So these results make sense, but it shows that Dawn Trail is also sensitive to the frequency. The 285K ends up below the 14700K and 13700K, with APO doing nothing on the 285K. It's within error. Final Fantasy XIV is officially supported by APO though, and it's on the games list. And we do see a slight uplift on the 14900K of 1%, although that's basically error. Switching to DDR5 8600 on the 285K provided an uplift of 4%, with it still below the 13700K after that. Of course, the same memory treatment would lift the others up also. It'd just be an arms race. At 1440p, its limited ceiling is shuffling the stack as a result of the frame rate bouncing off of other limitations. We saw a 1.9% uplift from APO on the 14900K. The 285K, again, did not benefit from APO, with both entries at 255 FPS average, plus or minus 1 FPS. Baldur's Gate 3 is up now, a 2023 title that we added to our permanent test suite this year. We tested an Act 3 in a densely populated city for a heavy CPU load. The 7800X3D establishes a 26% lead over the 285K at 126 FPS to 100 FPS average. The 14900K leads the 285K by 4.5% at about 105 FPS average. The 5800X3D, 57X3D, and 56X3D also lead the 285K, as do the 13900K, 13700K, and 14700K. Toggling APO did nothing here and was within variance for both the 14900K and 285K.
Seems to be like
Swapping to DDR5 8600 memory boosted the 285K by 7.6%, allowing it to pass everything except the X3D CPUs. This also perfectly aligns with why X3D does so well here.
No.
Of course, shoving better memory into the 14900K or 9000 series would also boost them fairly proportionally. Stellaris is up next. First up, APO has no impact in this game, at least not in the simulation time. The 285K required 32.5 seconds for the simulation, finally putting it ahead of the 14900K. The 285K requires 1 to 2% less time than the 147 and 14900K CPUs. The 7800X3D outranks the 285K again and requires about 3.7% less time for the work. The 9700X remains the fastest here, which is consistent with our last round of data.
Why is the 9700X
boosting memory helps
faster
in this
than the
game, so the
9950X?
285K benefited from a 4.3% reduction in time to complete the simulation. Rainbow Six Siege is up next. In this one, the 7800X3D leads by a much smaller amount at only 6.6% for 622 versus 584 FPS average when APO is in its default off position that this board shipped in. The 14900K was tied, enabling APO did nothing on the 285K. The result was within error when considering we're at almost 600 FPS anyway. Enabling it boosted the 14900K by 1.7%, and this is with Intel's shitty Microsoft Store app confirming that it's enabled for both CPUs. This boost is reduced for the 14900K versus APO's launch because Rainbow Six has updated the code that was causing problems. Going to DDR5 8600 increased performance over the 584 result by 2.6%. The 285K is at least better than the 14700K in this one, with an uplift of 2% when looking at the stock entries. It's also about 1.8% ahead of the 7700 non-X, which has been $280 to $290 when you can still find it. As a general note, this game has some serious 0.1% low consistency issues actually. We noticed that the 12 to 14 series CPUs have significantly higher 0.1% lows than AMD's options and then the 285K alike, so it's easier to look at a frame time plot. Here it is. Because Intel noted that Rainbow Six had specifically tuned to reduce reliance on APO, and because of the low advantage of Alder Lake Onward, we're assuming that Rainbow Six Siege has specific and manual tuning by the developers for Alder Lake architecture and its more recent derivatives. This frame time plot shows the 14900K is overall highly consistent frame to frame, with most of the intervals deviating at most by 2 milliseconds. There are a few spikes, but only one notable spike to 6 milliseconds, which is a 4 millisecond deviation, and thus it wouldn't be noticed by the vast majority of users. Adding the 285K, we see several spikes to 10 to 11 milliseconds. By themselves, these frame times aren't bad. 60 FPS would be 16.67 milliseconds, so this isn't a huge stall, but it's a change from Raptor Lake, and it's objectively worse. In Starfield, another 2023 game, the 7800X3D maintains a 2% advantage over the 285K at 145.4 to 142.5 FPS average. Normally, we wouldn't read the decimal points, but here they are significant to showing any kind of percent scale. we're bound elsewhere here, and that elsewhere is obvious and pretty cool, actually. The DDR5 8600 result jumps to the top of the chart, illustrating that at least some of our limit here is memory. As a reminder, applying the memory tuning treatment to everything would boost all numbers. So looking at baseline will give you an idea for sort of their headroom plus the baseline. The 14900K actually falls behind for once. It's at a slight loss to the 285K. We think this corresponds with the cache advantages based on the memory performance that we just saw, where it's really using cache and memory. APO once again does nothing between the two main 285K entries. Total War Warhammer 3 is up now. The 7800X2D led the 285K by 7.2%, with the 14900K leading by
Ticker DJT, Delta Juliet Tango, sure seeing an increase of activity, new highs, DJT.
On the 14900K, we saw an uplift of about 1.2%. If that's considered supported, then great. On the 285K, we measured an improvement of 0.6%, which is actually just within the run-to-run variance. Lows in this game have been historically awful on Intel's i9 CPUs, which we previously proved is due to scheduling challenges with the thread count. The 285K seems to at least somewhat improve here, possibly by reduction in threads. And this is something that we've seen historically. We looked at this back in Alder Lake. We're getting to production benchmarks now. We'll run through these pretty fast. So Blender's up first. We've updated it. It's not comparable to the previous results. The 285K is our second highest performer on the charts for desktop class CPUs. The 9950X benefits from a render time reduction of 5.6% against the 285K, while the 285K reduces render time from the 14900K by an actually meaningful 16.5%. So finally, some uplift. These types of tests are also where AMD's 7800X2D and 5800X2D show their limits as 8-core CPUs, both falling far down the charts. That's a known quantity at this point. If you're only gaming, they make the most sense. If you mix in a good amount of heavily threaded software for work, it may make more sense to buy something else on the list. In file compression with 7-zip, the 285K completed 170,000 MIPS and roughly tied with the i7 14700K. The 14900K holds an advantage of 8%. The 9950X and 7950X outperform the 285K significantly, with the 9900X just behind. Memory seems to really help in this test, pushing the 285K up by a gargantuan 18.7%.
The uplift in
decompression
RAM really
doesn't benefit as much, posting a 4% improvement for the memory. The stack also shuffles, with the 9900X and 7900X both surpassing the 285K here. The memory subsystem benefits don't translate as much as they did in compression, both stock and with better RAM. The 14900K leads the 285K by a staggering 21% in this benchmark, benefiting from its extra threads. The 9950X establishes an impressive ceiling at 42% ahead of the 285K. Next is our Chromium code compile test. For this test, we double the RAM capacity on some CPUs when they page out or otherwise fail to complete the compile. This only occurs with the highest performing few CPUs on the chart. This test has been updated since the last round, so load on CPUs has slightly changed. In the situation of the 9950X, there's one disclaimer here. We were not able to get it stable at DDR5 6000 with 64 gigabytes when running our usual tighter timings. We experimented briefly with loosening the timings, raising the voltages, and reducing the Infinity Fabric. None of that really worked, and so we ended up keeping everything the same, but pulling the frequency down to DDR5 5600 to accommodate 64 gigabytes. We have to call it there for now. We'll look into that more later. So that makes the 9950X an imperfect comparison. With that limitation disclosed due to the stability issues, the 9950X and 285K are roughly equal. That may change if we can rerun the 9950X and find stability. For direct comparisons, the 285K leads the 14900K by only about a 3-minute time reduction, or a total compile time requirement reduction of 3.8%. As usual, the 8-core X3D parts are lower down the stack, like the 78 and 58 X3Ds. Now we're testing the Adobe software with the Puget Suite, kind of like how the Adobe software tests my patience every single day by it existing. Premiere has the 285K as the new chart topper at 11,336 points. That's how this whole review should have been, especially with the power reduction, and unfortunately it was not. The lead over the 14900K is small at 2.5% uplift in aggregate. The 9950X is AMD's top CPU here at 10,914 points. The 285K therefore has a 3.9% lead. In Adobe Photoshop, AMD has a clean sweep of the entire top half of the charts. Those of you who've been watching us for at least 5 years will remember an era where it was actually the opposite. The first Intel entry doesn't appear until below the 7600X, and that's the 14900K. The 9950X leads the 285K by 22% here, and the 14900K leads it by 3.5%. Simplifying all this, we had some more data too for spec and stuff like that, but it kind of all comes out the same way, which is the 285K does not have a particularly strong place in the market with its competitors right now, including Intel's own competition, which is lower in price than it used to be. The 7800 X3D is far superior in both gaming and efficiency. The 285 hardly makes any sense even against the 5700 X3D, and AMD's 9800 X3D is days away at this point. For non-gaming, the CPU is more interesting, but we still don't think it's broadly justifiable at the current CPU and platform costs. Even Intel's prior gen parts are far cheaper right now, like the 13700K and 14700K, which theoretically have been fixed with microcode. If you were to argue that the inefficiency of the prior gen parts counters some of the savings in the form of lower power, being lower cost because of lower power, it's just not a strong argument. The 14700K is $350 now, so it's $280 cheaper than a 285K. If your power costs 10 cents per kilowatt hour like ours, then you need to play the highest CPU load games for 8 hours a day for an entire year in order to gain $19 of value in power bill reductions for the 285K against the 14700K.
That's funny.
At 15 cents, the shut-in gaming levels would give the 285K a savings of $30 over 1 year of literally playing Starfield or Cyberpunk as a full-time job. At the peak of degeneracy that we all strive to achieve, you'd have to play games at this pace for 10 years straight to have spent more on power than the cost savings of buying the cheaper CPU. It's the delta, not the total cost. Maybe throw in a cheaper cooler as well, since the power's down. Call it 8 years. Even at 30 cents per kilowatt hour, the $280 price savings on the 14700K would require 5 years to wipe out the power bill while playing Cyberpunk 8 hours a day for 5 years, or in other words, 14,560 hours of Cyberpunk. Let's just say you pay 50 cents per kilowatt hour. In one standard 3-year upgrade cycle, you can save the amount of money and power you'd save buying the 14700K, which we still don't recommend for gaming, by the way. We're just using it as an example. That'd be a savings of $93 per year or so at 307.7 minus 215.1. Or you go with the 7800 X3D and get higher frame rates and still a power cost reduction, even at these high electricity prices, of $114 per year at these crazy gaming hours. And if we ignore all of the cost and we say it's purely about stewardship for the environment, then the 7800 X3D still makes way more sense because it's just lower power. So it is good that Intel has improved over its prior CPUs, but this truly is a building block type of situation. There needs to be more before it's truly competitive in that department enough where you just point to the one thing and you say, yeah, that's the reason you buy it. So it's not there yet. The reduction in power consumption is important, though. Objectively, Intel's more efficient than it used to be. It's just that the regressive performance in games, if you look at some of these, is hard to deal with, and it does kind of eat some of that efficiency gain away. Production performance is also mostly improved considering the lower thread count, so that actually is great, and some of the performance gains for the thread reduction is impressive here, like in Blender. The problem is that at $630, there are very few cases where the 285K makes sense right now. The conclusions are going to depend on the types of reviewers you watch. We focus on the value. That means the money is always a factor in the equation for the most part of whether a product is worth it or not, and we can't get away from the price on the 285K. There really are not many good cases you could make for it in competition with the higher-end gaming parts from AMD or even Intel's prior generation parts. Again, even considering all the efficiency stuff, the cost argument is just not there for the Ultra 200 series right now. So that means for us, we need to see a strong value argument to recommend a part. We do not see that currently with the 285K. We'll look at the 245K next and see if that's any different. It is easier to hit higher memory clocks than before, so that was kind of cool. We might do some additional memory tuning on that. And the benefits in tests like 7-zip show up in those scenarios. Of course, you can tune everything else too, but we just think there are better CPUs for the price right now. Make it really simple for everyone. For gaming, the 7800 X3D makes the most sense. Now, when it's $600 or it's stupid prices because you're getting scalped, don't buy it. Just wait, especially with the 9800 X3D around the corner. We don't know what that'll be priced yet. We'll see. Rumors are all over the place for it. But it just X3D makes more sense, basically. If you're on AM4, the 5700 X3D is great. If you're on, say, 3000 or 2000 or something, you can save a lot of money that way. You don't get all the fun of building a new machine, but you save a lot. And then for Intel competition, the prior generation parts, if all the issues have fully been resolved, and we've tested the microcode, it does look better. It's just that we're not really going to know for a while because that's a delayed issue. But anyway, those parts are a lot cheaper now too. So those kind of make more sense in most scenarios. There are places the 285K is impressive, but they are really not enough to justify buying it. So that's going to be it for our review of this one. Thanks for watching. The power testing stuff was really fun and made the process interesting for us. And then,
well, maybe Intel should have put this up against not focused on gaming at all and focused it against the 9950X. Yeah? Sell out to NVIDIA. Oh, I think they're going to have to sell at some point. If they think they're going to sell a $620 chip that's not as good as the previous generation of competitor and their own, except in some niche scenarios, yeah, that price is going to come down real quick. How much are they selling it for on Newegg? Nikki Lake? No, I did not. I've been headfirst into Arrow Lake right now. The Ultra 9 and Ultra 7 are already sold out on Newegg. And Ultra 5. What? Okay. Because I want gaming performance as well, and Threadripper is not going to be ideal. The 9950X though could do me well. I'm kind of now waiting for the 9900X3D to see what that looks like, because that could just blow everything out of the water. Fake launch, low inventory, more than likely. More than likely. I want an 08. Can you please? Infinite selling in 18. Of course. Would it still be a huge upgrade and have lots of room for you to grow? Or you headed ain't about gaming? It's about I have no idea. They haven't said how long they're going to support this platform. It could be a one and done. It's part of the problem as well. If they said this is a good base, we're going to support this for 3 years, okay, I could see how Arrow Lake could take off, but they haven't mentioned a word about this architecture. Why is this 18 so difficult? There we go. $40,000. Finish today? I don't know. It's hard to tell where things stop. A lot of it has to do with market conditions and whatnot. I don't like the daily chart of AMD. Definitely a downtrend in the making here. JPA count. I don't know what that means. You're talking in code, Cheese. My brain is not even close to. When I see code, it's just like turn off right now. My brain is so fried from the past 4 weeks. I don't know. I don't know what JPA is. Do you want me to say, what is JPA, Cheese? And then you say something along the lines of, I love this guy. And then you don't tell me what it means. And then I have to say, this guy speaks in code constantly. And then you say, I'm laughing so hard. And then I say, like that. And then eventually, 30 minutes from now, you'll say what JP8 meant. And I'll be like, what are you talking about? Because it's been 30 minutes later that I get the final definition. You don't say JP8 equals this. You just say steak sandwiches for all. And then I'm like, what are we talking about? And he's like, then you go, this guy. And I go, what are you talking about? And then you link to some message from 14 years ago that explains JP8. And I'm like, you're talking about JP8? I thought you were talking about steak sandwiches. And then you say, this guy never does his homework. And then you wonder why I have brain fog. This is Haley, my muff. Am I green now? All right, we're back to green, boys. $31. Watch out. Watch out, boys. Think RTX. Nope. See, we're talking code. Nope. No, I don't know what we're talking about. They own them. Own JP8? I'm just going to ask. All right, I'm going to ask ChatGPT. I have a friend named Deep Cheese, spelled with a Z, and he keeps talking about JP-8. And he says to, quotation mark, think about RTX. And they own them. What? I don't know. In your ZM. Whoa, hang on. I have. Benzinga muted. Let me unmute Benzinga. Oh, it's positive commentary. Okay. Back to ChatGPT. In your infinite wisdom, please tell me what you think he's talking about. Let's see if ChatGPT's got Deep Cheese figured out. Sounds like can you just read this to me? Yep.
Sounds like your friend Deep Cheese is referring to a couple of things that are related but somewhat cryptic. One, JP-8. This usually refers to a type of jet fuel used by the US military and NATO allies. It's widely known in military aviation. However, this probably isn't the context Deep Cheese is talking about. Given that he mentioned RTX, there's a good chance he's referencing something else, such as a technology or company. It's possible he's confusing or using a metaphor, but let's explore RTX and ownership ideas. Number 2, think about RTX. RTX typically refers to NVIDIA's ray tracing technology in their GeForce RTX series of GPUs, which are known for real-time ray tracing in gaming and AI ML tasks. NVIDIA is a dominant player in the graphics card industry. 3, they own them. If Deep Cheese is saying that they own them, it could be a reference to NVIDIA's strong influence or control over a certain segment, like the high-performance computing, AI, or graphics processing industries. NVIDIA's RTX cards are widely used in data centers, gaming, content creation, and AI, which gives them a commanding presence in many sectors. Possible interpretation: JP8 might be a metaphor or inside joke. It could be Deep Cheese's way of hinting at something technical or highly specialized, like a proprietary tech that powers advanced systems, similar to how jet fuel powers military aircraft. When he says, think about RTX, he's likely pointing to NVIDIA's dominant position in the GPU market or advanced technologies like ray tracing or AI. They own them could be implying that NVIDIA controls or dominates the market for high-performance GPUs, especially with the RTX line being widely used across industries like gaming, AI, and data centers. It seems like Deep Cheese might be making a somewhat metaphorical statement about NVIDIA's dominance in graphics technology, comparing it to something powerful like JP8 jet fuel that drives everything forward.
Could he mean RTX Corporation? What do you say to that? Put on NVIDIA.
Yes, it's very possible that Deep Cheese is referring to RTX Corporation rather than NVIDIA's RTX.
This is what I do every time Deep Cheese talks to me.
RTX Corporation, formerly Raytheon Technologies, is a major defense and aerospace company involved in a variety of industries, including military technologies, cybersecurity, and aerospace systems. Here's how this interpretation fits the clues. 1. JP8. As mentioned earlier, JP8 is a type of jet fuel used by military aircraft. RTX Corporation, being a major defense contractor, is heavily involved in the military and aerospace sectors, so they would naturally have ties to technologies and systems that rely on or involve JP8 fuel. 2. Think about RTX. This could refer to RTX Corporation, formerly known as Raytheon Technologies, which is one of the largest aerospace and defense
had put AI back in this box.
They are heavily involved in advanced military technologies, which could include aircraft that run on JP8 fuel. 3. They own them. This might mean that RTX Corporation is a dominant player in the defense industry, particularly in military aviation, where JP8 fuel is used. They have significant influence over military contracts and technology developments, particularly in the fields of aerospace and defense. Conclusion. It sounds like Deep Cheese could be referring to RTX Corporation, formerly Raytheon Technologies, emphasizing their role in military technology like aircraft using JP8 fuel and their dominance in defense-related fields. So yes, the reference to RTX Corporation makes a lot of sense in this context.
A lot of sense. Thank you for that. I will, for now and always, reference ChatGPT to decipher what Cheese is talking about. I should just put everyone here. I discontinue this. Trump wins, we might go to war elsewhere. Trump wins, it's anti-war. Is it on me? Even more confused?
I took your LYV, Lima Yankee Victor, searching the bump in activity, new highs. With unconfirmed speculation of positive commentary coming up for Josh Brown, LYV. Again, unconfirmed.
Yeah, he's been on that for a while. ChatGPT answers? I don't know. MNPR 5 minute. Anybody yet? It's not a 5 minute. 1 minute. Any takers? Or is she done? Still looks like she's going down. RTX is Pratt Whitney. Again, where you're headed, you don't need gaming. You're going to be flying to Alaska. Well, I'd like to at least enjoy the last bit of sanity I have with a computer that I can at least game on. And you're damn right. I'll be going to Alaska.
So
That's a confirmation. LYV is Josh Brown positive commentary. Shares at the highs.
Look at these reviews for the pictures for it's like yikes, yuck, yep. Basically it. I'm interested to see what DeBauer says about it. Tesla, what a freaking animal. $3 billion. MMPR might need a 5-minute now. We'll see. It's hard because of all these halts. But it is trying to hold the 90 MA on the 5 for now. Oh, DJT just jumped out of nowhere. What was that about? This went to 80. Just a technical break? I don't know. Hot dogs. Hot dogs. Talking. Oh, I just got your buff, by the way, about Nikki Leaks. Wait, what? That's something. DJT might give us a 1 minute. Hit the sell button, you turd. I hit it twice, you turd! Okay! Oh, my films. So I had to exit the full position because I didn't know if E-turd took my order or not. So that's fantastic. Let's check my internet speed just to make sure it's not me. Because things have been wonky as they try to repair the infrastructure. Nope. Not me. 9 ping, 700 download, 900 upload. Fun. Shut up, good banana. And there, juices. Juices without me. Next time we'll say hot dog water. Didn't even pull the ticker. I'm not sure what you're referring to. You said hot dog after they talk craft. Now you're saying hot dog water. I can't even... ChatGPT won't even know what the hell you're talking about. Oh, HKD hitting the scanners here. We love that one. I know Kraft Heinz had news. I called it out and pulled it up. $36. This ATGL breaking out over 8. Is this halting up? Yep. LRN 1 minute potential. Or is that a 5 minute? Might be a 5 minute. Really light volume. Jeez. I don't want to play that one. It's too light. I had to step away at the same time, Cosmo. I'm relatively back at the same time as you, so we missed the M&PR move. Get over 92. Nope. I'll break 90. Now that I'm out. Damn it. Oh. There it goes. That's what Daddy wanted. We saw it coming. We saw it coming. Back to green. That's the exact same amount. That's right, Cosmo. That's right. pulling its onions. Is this from the E. coli stuff? Surely pulling onions is not going to have an effect on the stock. I'm here in case it does. SYY.
SJ, 16 months. Man,
Same
glad
Cisco
to have been
source,
part of your journey.
as you say
Also
it.
glad you survived the quest for that mountain of dirt in the backyard.
Tourist, thank you, my man. 16 months. Can we get the 50 break? It's trying to curl. $52. Good volume here. Okay. It's a nice move, finally. Oh, this is like an inverse head and shoulders here. What's this level that we're looking at? 73. Just rip through it. I'll still sell here. Good trade. Okay. $300. Back on the board. Only took all day. So XL. What's up, Demeist? Roger that. Jeez, Tesla. PR hold down. This Tesla move is insane, man. 20%. The 260 calls I almost bought today for 90 cents are now $3.60. Jeez.
Vintage SJ trading TSLA again.
Hooked on phonics. Let's go. 37 months. Yeah, 12:50. You know, DJT isn't he going on Rogan tomorrow? That is probably the Catalyst play. Turn your spot back on. Nice. And PR back to the VWAP. Eat my salad real quick.
E-cores, P-cores, while, for example, for Alder Lake, you only had P-cores on top and E-cores on the bottom. And that's why they went for this kind of order. That can be confusing, and it's important to know that also the task manager has the same kind of order as hardware info. So if you want to assign a specific task to a specific core, you have to be really careful not to mistake an E-core for a P-core, for example. Back to Cinebench, keep in mind that we lose a bit of performance because of hardware info running in the background. The temperatures, especially compared to the previous gen, are a lot lower. So we see 70 to 80 degrees on the P-cores while running Cinebench, while the CPU consumes up to 240 watt under load. So that is already a big improvement compared to the previous gen. This CPU is much better when it comes to handling and transferring the heat towards the cooler. I'm running a 360 AIO, by the way. Apart from the P-core.
Here I got my mouth full of chicken, and the OG comes in. Stocky, my chat was telling me I know nothing about retirement, which I agree with. And I'm supposed to consult with you. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. We will never retire. It's a good call. Screw you, chat. Joke's on us. I'm retired. Okay.
ASP isotopes popping here. Alpha
They told me I'm supposed to have a 401k.
ASPI.
I said, I don't know how to do that. But I just day trade for myself. They said I'm an idiot. I said, where have you been for the past 12 years? For crying out loud, dude. That's what I have to deal with all day long. I mean, is it wrong to like peaches, dude? Huh? Ari Panulo. Whoa. When did we get into the 200s? Jeez.
OC Owens Corning shares popping here 184.26.
I've been
Oscar
watching
Charlie.
Intel Arrow Lake videos all morning. Very interesting. I'm due for a computer upgrade.
Groupon moving here. Groupon hitting.
I don't know if I should go
$10.04
9950X
from your
from
pop in
AMD.
November.
Wait for the 9900 X3D. Nothing I see out of this Arrow Lake makes me want to go out and spend $620 on it. I need something that can game, but also multitask out the ass for the bazillion things I have open right now. Do not buy Intel. That's all I'm saying. Download more RAM. Last time I was here, you were sniffing grandma underwear. Yep. Can't say that's not true. One's in chat if you like Intel. Two's in chat if you like AMD. Let's see it. Real time. Real time. One for Intel, two for AMD. It's kind of Intel. I would say it's like, okay, dude. It's like 45, 55 Intel. That's what I worry about, Alpha Kappa. like I can't. Every time I want to like try, I haven't had an AMD computer probably 20 years. I don't know. Make a poll. You make a poll. Mod, make a poll. Every time I think about it, I'm like, okay. I mean, they do have the better chips, and then you hear about some disastrous freaking thing that makes it unstable, and they have to go back and fix it, and then you take a month out of, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I'm constantly thinking about it. I asked ChatGPT. Here, this is what I haven't listened to what ChatGPT had given me. I gave it a big old spiel. Oh, that's too long. I won't play that. Bitcoin. Is it doing stuff? The thing I didn't like about AMD is the damn motherboards were so expensive. We like pain. I'm due an upgrade. My last computer build here is an i9 9900K. I'm due. I just don't know which way to go. 256 core epic. Yeah, let me get on that. OG Pizza Hut, welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you so much for joining. That's right, use your Prime sub on me, baby. I love it. Makes my nipples hard. I baited you into subbing. Did the ads hit you? I freaking try to hammer my chat with ads. They love it. They actually do. It's really weird. I want to trash Intel interrupted. I respect that. I do. I go AMD. That 9950X kind of looks nice. Now I have to wait because Intel or AMD hinted at the 9900X3D. Now I have to wait to see that, but that's going to come out November 11th. So now I have to wait like 2.5 weeks here. Intel's winning the poll? Oh, I didn't even see the poll up. It's only, how long? There's only 23 people that voted. Was it like a minute-long poll? 3D will run hot. It's going to be more efficient than freaking anything Intel's got. I always had overheating problems with AMD, but I haven't owned one since Opteron. Jeez. Overheating is not a thing for... Whoa. The 7700X3D has 16 cores? I didn't know that. Is the 9800X3D 16 cores? No, I wouldn't do an AMD graphics. I'm gonna be buying the 5090. They could charge $10,000 for the 5090, and I'd probably still buy it. Okay, let me look at this thing. Now you got me interested. Now you got me freaking interested. Newegg. 9800X3D. Can you even buy these right now? Huh? Okay, let's start over. Components. AMD CPUs. Is it the 9700X3D? X3D. I can't see my chat window. Where'd it go? Both of your walls for video? Probably. Why is X3D not in here? Okay. it is right there. 7950 X3D, 16 cores. How did I not know that? Well, shit. Well, damn it. Now I got to wait for the 99, what is it? 9900 X3D that's coming out, right? Damn it. Yeah, November. Now I got to wait for November. Great. I thought it was November 10th. Will it still be the same socket type? Yeah, it's Zen 5. If that's what you're referring to. Oh, those are Zen 4. Yeah, it's on Zen 5. Shut up, Looney. I tell you this, though. Once I get the new computer, that is one step that must happen for me to do viewer reward. I'm just saying, Looney. I'm just saying. I won't wait until the 5090. I won't make you wait that long, hopefully. Hopefully. Thank you all for joining us today. If you don't know who I am, I'm a degenerate that lives in my mom's basement and I day trade for a living. And we're a group of degenerates that make lots of money, have no lives, and constantly wonder, what are we doing with ourselves? We talk cocks and cucks, and it's a big sausage fest here. So if you're into all that, please hit the follow button. Wow. 55 of you just hit the follow button. I appreciate that. You're home. 75, 77, 80. It's a lot of follows for Sausage Fest. So, if you're into Sausage Fest, this is the place. 102. Good God. Do we use coconut oil? It's not required, but recommended. $103. 104. 105. Oh, jeez. Floor movers getting your lottos. Not touching it. Cheese is putting some earning movers here in Discord. Should we have one of those? Implied move in the ticker. Check it out if you're interested. How's y'all day going? Did you guys trade well? Stock usually has some bangers. I haven't traded much. Been too busy watching Arrow Lake videos and realizing I can't justify paying $620 for something that doesn't really work right now. Land of the Money Pit. Stocky signal service going crazy. Huh? Big recovery day for me. Nice Lake City. We love that. So I went on a rant about how he hates beards today. Doesn't he have... Well, I haven't seen him in a while. Doesn't he have a beard? 10x. I'll look at it. Any of you get that MNPR move? I like it. So, anybody hit that MNPR? Freaking $5 to 36. Didn't know the Discord is free. Everything here is free. Seriously, it's a group of people that are really trying to help other people. Specifically, learn how to trade. I want you all off of the corporate teat as soon as possible. Now, we created this group a long time ago because when I first started trading years and over a decade now, there was nothing free. And the only way to be part of a community is you had to buy a part of a community. You had to join a chat room and you had to pay money for it. Twitch didn't exist. Streaming didn't exist. So you had to pay for it. And I was like, if I ever make it someday, I'm going to make a community that is freaking free, because I had to pay thousands of dollars to be in a community. Just even ask simple questions, right? You're scouring message boards for answers of questions you didn't even know how to ask. So, yeah. So if you want to learn, this community is great for helping. Yeah, I'll put sometimes the link down below doesn't work for Discord, so I'll just put it in here. I'll put it in chat here in just a second. Copy. Boom. All right, there it is. Come join. We do have scammers that love to scam people. They impersonate me, so be sure. More than likely, I will never DM you first, especially if you're new. And if I start talking about financial advice, that's definitely not me. I had someone yesterday that we raid say that I DM them, and I'm like, I have never DM'd you. Like, oh, I thought you were asking me about my trade activity. Like, yep, that was not me. If I DM you, it's for feed pics. That's it. Clear. Cut and dry feed pics. Or hockey. Yeah. Or tell you get your fantasy hockey league fees in. Message me first. Hunter, that's different. If you ever want to know if it's the real stock jock or not, just say, what's your favorite kind of picture? If they reply feed pics, then you know it's me. If they say, what do you mean? Ban. Block. Yes, cheese. Do I own a denim vest? No. No, I don't. Good God. Freaking A. What about a DM I got for feet pics, though? Listen, I'm telling you, occasionally I might, I might need a feet pic or two, so you might get a random DM from me. If that happens, count yourself lucky. No, not dog. Paws. Dogs don't have feet. They have paws. Jeez. A YOLO for feet pics. DJT going into the Joe Rogan podcast. There's your play. You might go long it and then short the hell out of it after the fact.
PESI shares popping here. Barron's mentioning the stock.
This guy you're listening to right now, this is Benzinga. This is
Barron's mentioning
the news source I use.
Google and Amazon are betting big on nuclear. No one has a plan for the radioactive waste. PESI has a contract.
Does it count as a feet pick emote? I mean, it's a 2-for-1. It's a special, right? Given a fly.
That's Papa like Echo Sandy, India. Shares getting a pop.
Tesla 21%. What a freaking move. US 10Y. All right. I don't really see any setups just yet that I am in love with. Starjai, what do you think about CGC sort of holding up this move on weed? I don't know what this move on weed started from, so I don't know. I don't know. Can it get a bump post-election? Maybe. No real candidate has taken much time on it. So I don't know. We usually, next week, we'll be doing a if Trump wins or if Kamala wins stock list. And we'll dive into it a little bit, but I don't see, when Biden won, pot went nuts because he said it multiple times, legalize weed. It never happened, but pot went nutty. I don't know if there's any candidate that's going to have that kind of effect on the weed stocks like 2020. Weed is the new beer. Still waiting for a setup. X rocking. You've been on that one, Salt. I can't hate on you. You've been on it. What is a setup? Meaning looking for an entry on a position with a higher probability of break even, or higher probability than 50-50. Come on, give us something. Maybe this LRM, but this thing is such a light volume play. I'm just not into it. An approval for what? Lithium buyer project? Final permit approval. Spreads kind of suck on this. Lithium mine, Nevada. Damn, these spreads suck. Suck really bad. Oh. Now it goes. I'll have to watch this. Yeah, the spreads are rough. Yeah. I'm really trying to be disciplined. For those that are just joining, I've been displaced from my home for almost a month because of Hurricane Helene. So this is my first week back. So I haven't traded at all during that time, and it's been rough as far as mentally and getting the feeling of everything, getting the rhythm back, so to speak. So I've been trying to stay really disciplined, playing slow. We're 4 for 4 as far as green days go this week, which I'm actually shocked about. But yeah, my house just got power, so it's been a hot minute. How's the house? The house is fine. It's still standing. I didn't get any like tree damage on the house. I did have a support wall fall, but the house didn't go with that wall, thank goodness. So the main thing is I just didn't have power for a long time. Plenty of people had it way worse than me. Yeah, exactly, Vega. I shot you're a good trainer. Oh, jeez. I'll send you feed pics later. Actually, I'll send you some right now. I know you like them. You ask for them all the time. And I know I just put you on ignore most of the time. But you know what? Once a quarter, I'll give you your should I do some kind of cheeky position with them? Like I'll cross my toes? Because you know you liked that last time. There we go, cheese. I gave him close up. You like him veiny. Oh, there you go. Last time I got a fake horse. Rubs oil. This is really thin for being such a lovely. Jeez. Construction plan for 2025. CLSK. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting on Bitcoin to make a little bit solid of a move. I'm not convinced Bitcoin, as far as CLSK goes. I'm watching it like a hawk. This is like the main thing I've been watching. We're curling right off the 9 EMA. We did tap the 21. Didn't really care to see that. We're still in range here. I don't know if it breaks out before the election or not. If it's really clear, if there's a winner, and that winner is the most crypto bro of the two, then I think we break out. I don't know who that is, honestly. I think it's Trump, is what the crypto bros are been saying. But Kamala's been just as, well, not with the Gary Gensler comments. I don't know. So maybe it's Trump. If Trump wins, do I think we get a pop in crypto? Probably. Either way, if Trump wins, I'm going long as hell on Dogecoin, a la Elon Musk. So that's kind of what I'm watching on crypto. It's Bitcoin at some levels. You know, last time we came up here, looking back here when we actually got close to the trend line, it did a second attempt, failed, did a third attempt, and then sold for a double top. I'm going to miss the bus. I'm not going to miss the bus. I think if you look back at the stocks or assets that moved last under Biden, most of those things ran for a week minimum. So I don't think it's a one and done day for anything that pops off of a Kamala or Trump win. What ran after Trump got elected? I can't remember that. 2016? I can't remember our list. But there'll be plenty of things we'll be looking at. We'll do that next week. Final week of the election, or of a final week up until the election. We'll do it next week. We'll have our list ready. A little worried that this Bitcoin is already pricing in the Trump win and could be a sell-off flat after. Very true. And that's also, you can take that same logic, Vin Diesel, and apply it to the stock market. Traditionally, stock market, you get a win and then you get a bump in the market after the fact. However, the betting market has had a Trump win for what, 2 weeks now? But the polls have been much closer. So is the stock market moving up based off of what the betting market is saying? Or is this just the cycle of Octobers and we'll actually get the real run end of October, which we're at, and into November, December, like traditional? I don't know. You could take the logic and say if the market thinks Trump is winning, then why isn't all the Trump stocks, which a lot of them are, but everything is up. But like China stocks, I think even though they're getting, pumped, I would expect them to be down. I mean, they're pulling back, sure, but that's a freaking massive move. You look at BABA, right? When they started saying pumping shit up. Thanks, Thomas. That's 40%.